What if the current was never against you, only misunderstood? What if everything you called resistance was simply your mind trying to keep you safe, the only way it knew how, by gripping, predicting, managing? And what if tonight you didn't have to fight the river at all, because the river has always held you? Feel that for a moment, as if you could set down the invisible oars you've been straining with, and notice the water beneath you was steady the whole time. Your mind learned control for safety, and it makes sense. It learned to scan ahead, to forecast, to tighten around uncertainty, because prediction feels like protection. The brain is a beautiful pattern maker, always trying to guess what comes next, always trying to reduce surprise. And when life doesn't match the prediction, you feel that friction, that mismatched tension, like gripping a rope that's already burning your hands. But listen closely. The tension isn't proof that you're failing. It's proof that you're forcing. It's proof that part of you believes you must steer every second, or you'll be swallowed. Tonight you learn a different intelligence. Tonight, trust replaces control, not as a wish, but as a practice, a gentle retraining, a quiet return. Because attention is a lantern. Wherever you aim it, the world seems to gather, not because reality is magic in the childish sense, but because your focus selects what becomes loud and what becomes background, like a gatekeeper at the edge of awareness, choosing what enters the mind's main room and what fades into the hallway. And when you aim that lantern at threat, the river looks dangerous. When you aim it at support, you begin to notice the places you're already held. Ancient wisdom called this surrender. Modern clarity calls it shifting the signal, easing the prediction grip, letting the nervous system read for the first time in a while that it is safe to soften. So let this be your intention tonight. Simple, quiet, powerful. You are done wrestling the current. You are ready to be carried without needing to earn it. And if you wish to journey with me each night, you can subscribe for nightly sessions and comment, "I am ready to rewire," so your intention echoes and becomes realer in you. Now, imagine the river again, not as something to defeat, but as life itself, moving with perfect patience. You don't have to understand every bend. You don't have to solve the water. Just notice. Even the sound of the words you are held can feel like warmth arriving in the chest, like a soft hand resting there, saying not with force, but with certainty. You can stop trying now. The river has always held you. Let the bed become shoreline, and let the room become quiet water. As you rest here, notice how the air feels against your skin, the smallest temperature, the faint touch of fabric, the gentle weight of the blanket, and allow these simple sensations to tell your system something important. Safe, held, here. You don't need to do anything perfectly tonight. You don't need to achieve relaxation. You only need to give yourself permission to soften a little at a time, the way water smooths stone, without effort, without argument. Let your attention drift to the place where your chest rises and falls, not to control it, just to notice it, like watching the surface of a calm river at dusk. A subtle movement, a steady rhythm, a quiet proof that life is moving through you. And now as you breathe, imagine your chest as a lantern, steady, calm, guiding, not a bright spotlight that searches for problems, but a warm lantern that says, I am here, I am safe, I can slow down. With each inhale, you gather that warm light inside your chest, and with each exhale, you let it spread gently across the ribs, the shoulders, the throat, like soft gold rippling outward. You may notice the mind wanting to count to measure to manage the breath, and that's okay. That's the old habit of control trying to do its job. But tonight, we don't need counting. We don't need tight instructions. We only need a steady pace, a soothing rhythm, a tone that feels like kindness. Because the nervous system listens to rhythm the way a child listens to a lullaby, not with logic, but with instinct. Slow sound, slow words, slow images. They cue safety through the senses. They tell the body without debate. There is no emergency here, so keep it simple. Inhale, like drawing water gently into a cup. Exhale, like setting that cup down without a sound. Inhale, and let the lantern glow a little steadier. Exhale, and let the glow widen, as if your chest becomes a calm harbor and every part of you is allowed to return home. And if thoughts appear, little ripples, little waves, let them be part of the water. You don't have to stop the river from moving. You don't have to chase each thought downstream to see where it goes. Just let the bed be shoreline. Let the room be quiet water. Let your body feel the support beneath it. The way the earth holds you without effort. The way the mattress meets you exactly where you are. Safe, held, here. We can think of it like this. Your system is always scanning tiny signals, small cues asking, is it okay to let go? And tonight, you're answering with gentleness, with pace, with softness, with warmth. You're not forcing calm, you're inviting it. And invitations work differently than commands. An invitation says, whenever you're ready, so allow your breathing to be unhurried. Allow the lantern in your chest to keep glowing, steady and calm. And notice how the glow doesn't push. It guides, it reassures, it makes room. Safe, held, here. And as you stay with this shoreline, this quiet water, this lantern heart, you may feel tiny shifts, a loosening in places you didn't know were braced, a widening inside the ribs, a gentle settling behind the eyes. Let that be enough. Let that be the sign. You are allowed to downshift now, like a river entering a wider bend, slowing naturally without losing its power. And you don't have to do anything but remain with the feeling of being held while the current beneath you continues. Steady, patient, kind. Now notice something subtle, something surprisingly kind. Even without trying, even without effort, you are supported. Let yourself imagine just for a moment that you are floating, not swimming, not steering, just floating. The water meets you everywhere at once, beneath the back, beneath the arms, beneath the legs. And there's a quiet realization that arrives when you stop trying to hold yourself up. You don't sink, you are carried. Notice how strange and gentle that feels. The way support appears the moment effort disappears. The body doesn't need instructions to float. It only needs permission to trust what's already there. And this is the lesson the river teaches without words. Even when you stop trying, you remain carried. Even when you release the constant monitoring, am I doing this right? Am I safe? What if I let go too much? The support doesn't vanish. It becomes clearer. There is a kindness in this kind of support. The kind you don't have to earn. The kind that doesn't require vigilance. And as effort drops away, something else happens quietly in the background. The mind stops burning energy on constant checking, and space opens. A wider awareness, a softer perception. When you're no longer scanning every second, you begin to feel more. So let the floating teach you. The river supports you. The river supports you. The river supports you. Each time the words land, notice how they sink a little deeper, how the body responds before the mind needs to agree. Now let the metaphor widen. Feel gravity holding you, the same gravity that keeps planets in their paths without strain, without hurry. You don't have to tell gravity what to do. You don't have to manage it. It's been reliable your entire life. And beneath that, imagine a cradle, not something that restrains, but something that shapes itself to you. Wherever you are heavy, it meets you. Wherever you soften, it adjusts. This is how support actually works. It adapts. It listens. It doesn't demand. And as you float here on water and gravity in this invisible cradle, you may notice the mind trying one last time to stay in charge. That's okay. You don't need to push it away. Just let it rest its tools on the shore. Because right now, doing less is doing more. Right now, not monitoring is allowing restoration. So again, quietly, without force, let the phrases return. Softer each time. You are supported. You are supported. You are supported. Let there be a pause after each one. A little space where the body registers the truth before the mind comments. And if thoughts drift through about tomorrow, about meaning, about whether this is working, let them float too. Leaves on the surface. You notice them, and they keep moving. Without effort, your job is not to steer the river. Your job is to feel how effortlessly you are held by it. And as this realization settles, as the floating becomes less of an image and more of a sensation, notice how trust begins to feel like something physical, a warmth, a loosening, a sense of being okay right here, without adjustment. Let that sensation spread, unearned, uncomplicated. Even when you stop trying, you remain carried. Now we let the river guide your attention upward to the headwaters, to the places where effort learned to live first. Bring your awareness to the forehead, that small, faithful place that learned to hold tomorrow, to brace for what might come, to stay slightly lifted, slightly tense just in case. You don't need that job right now, so imagine unhooking the forehead from the responsibility of planning ahead, as if a quiet hand smooths from the center outward, left to right, easing the skin, softening the space beneath it. Let the forehead rest, wide, open, neutral. And as it softens, notice the eyes. Your eyes have been working all day, scanning, interpreting, comparing. Even closed, they can stay alert, flickering with images replaying scenes. But tonight, they're allowed to become quiet pools. Let the muscles around the eyes melt downward, like warm water dissolving ice. Lids heavy but comfortable, sockets spacious, the tiny muscles behind the eyes releasing their grip. There is nothing you need to watch for. There is nothing approaching. Just quiet water, still, reflective, calm. Now let your attention move to the jaw. The jaw learned to brace early, to hold words back, to prepare arguments, to stay ready, clenched without noticing, loyal, tired. So gently invite it to unlearn that habit. Just for now, let the teeth separate slightly, the tongue rest wherever it wants, heavy wide at ease. Feel the hinge of the jaw loosen, like a knot being patiently untied, without force, without hurry. If you notice tightness returning, that's okay. Just remind it, softly. There is nothing to defend tonight. Forehead, soft, eyes, quiet pools, jaw, unbracing. Pause here. Let the contrast register. The difference between holding and releasing, between effort and ease. This is how the body learns safety again, not through argument, but through experience. And if thoughts appear commenting, evaluating, let them pass like ripples. You don't need to follow them upstream. Just stay with the sensations, the gentle slackening, the sense that something ancient is being allowed to rest. You're doing this exactly right, simply by letting it happen. And as the headwaters calm, the river begins to smooth itself naturally, preparing to carry this ease downward through the rest of you in its own perfect time. Now let the calm move downward from the headwaters into the center channel of the river, the places where feeling lives. Bring your awareness to the throat. This is where explanations gather, where words line up, where unspoken things wait their turn. Notice if there's any sense of holding here, any subtle tightness, any readiness to speak, to justify, to clarify. Your throat doesn't have to hold unspoken explanations tonight. Let it widen, like a gentle passage opening, cool and easy. Imagine the breath passing through without effort. No catching, no guarding, just space. If you swallow, let that be natural. If you sigh, let that be welcome. And if thoughts return, if the mind checks in wondering, that's okay. It's okay. Pause. Now bring your attention to the chest, the place that feels first, the place that knows before words form. Let your chest become wide, like open sky over water. Notice the subtle rise and fall, the soft movement beneath the ribs. Imagine the lantern you felt earlier still glowing here. Not brighter, just steadier, more settled. Each moment you stay, the space feels a little more breathable, a little less guarded. If emotion stirs warmth, heaviness, tenderness, or nothing at all, let it be exactly as it is. There is no right sensation. There is only permission. It's okay. Let that sentence land, and then leave a little silence after it. It's okay. And now allow your attention to drift lower into the belly. The belly learned to negotiate with life, to brace for impact, to pull inward when things felt uncertain. It's been trying to protect you in its own way. Tonight it can stop negotiating. Let the belly soften outward, not pushed, not forced, just no longer pulled in. Imagine warmth spreading there, like a gentle tide, slow, reassuring, steady. Trust begins to feel less like an idea here, and more like a sensation, a loosening, a quiet confidence that nothing is required of you in this moment. And if your mind wanders into memory, into planning, into small loops, notice it kindly and return to the feeling. the width of the chest, the ease of the throat, the softness of the belly. It's okay. Pause again. Let the body hear it, not as words, but as truth. This is how safety becomes real, not argued into place, but felt, moment by moment. As the river continues its slow, patient flow through you, now let the river carry that ease even farther down into the lower body, where holding often hides quietly. Bring your awareness to the hips. The hips have carried the duty of holding your life together, stabilizing, bracing, staying ready to move. They remember effort. They remember responsibility. Tonight, they are allowed to release that duty. Feel the weight of the pelvis settling, heavy in the best way, supported from beneath. Imagine the muscles around the hips loosening their grip, like hands opening after a long day of holding on. There is nothing you need to prop up right now. Now, let your attention flow into the thighs. Large, strong muscles that do so much without being asked. Notice their warmth, their density, and allow them to soften into the surface beneath you. Let the thighs become warm driftwood, resting, not resisting, floating without direction or demand. From there, move gently into the knees, often forgotten, quietly working all day. Let them feel neutral, unburdened, as if the idea of standing has completely faded. And now into the calves, the shins, the ankles. Each place you visit, you don't need to change. Just notice and allow gravity to do what it has always done so well. Finally, bring your awareness to the feet. Your feet have been anchors your entire life, carrying you forward, keeping you upright. Tonight, they don't have to push or pull. Let your feet be anchors that don't pull, just reassure. Notice the soles, the heels, the toes. Perhaps a gentle warmth, perhaps a soft tingling, perhaps nothing at all. Whatever you feel is enough. Let the feet grow pleasantly heavy, as if they are gently sinking, not away, but into safety. And now, take a moment to sense the whole lower body at once. Hips, legs, feet, all resting, all supported, all allowed to be exactly as they are. The river has carried the calm all the way through you now, from head to toe, smoothing, settling, completing the descent. There is nothing left to hold, nothing left to brace. And in this heaviness, this grounded ease, let one simple truth land quietly, without needing emphasis, and you are safe. Now we turn gently toward the place where letting go can feel hardest. The mind itself. Notice how the mind learned to bargain. If I stay alert, I'll be safe. If I solve this, I can relax. If I hold it together, nothing will fall apart. Control promised certainty, and it tried its best. So if you sense resistance now, small questions, subtle tightening, a feeling of not yet, meet it with compassion. That resistance isn't wrong. It's a strategy that once protected you. A younger part of you learned that staying in charge felt safer than trusting the unknown. But listen, there is a quieter truth underneath. Trust delivers peace. You don't have to solve the river to float. Notice how rumination narrows everything. Looping the same thought, the same concern, the same imagined future. Like walking the same short path again and again. The mind believes this vigilance will find an exit. But the exit doesn't live at the end of thinking. It lives in widening. When you release the grip even slightly, the field opens. Options multiply. The body breathes differently. The nervous system receives new information. Maybe uncertainty doesn't mean danger. We can learn this gently, slowly. So let yourself say inwardly without pressure, I don't need certainty to rest. I don't need to know what happens next. I don't need to fix anything right now. Pause after each one. Let the space speak louder than the words. Release isn't losing. It's choosing the wider intelligence. Imagine speaking now to the part of you that still wants to manage everything. The part that learned early to stay ready, to stay sharp. You don't scold it. You thank it. And then you let it sit down beside you. No longer on watch. No longer alone with responsibility. You might feel a soft sadness here, or relief, or nothing at all. All of it is welcome. Control was a promise made by fear. Trust is a yes spoken by something deeper. And as you rest in that yes, feel how the body responds. A little more space in the chest, a little less urgency in the mind, a quiet sense that you are allowed to be carried without apology. You don't have to figure out the river. You only have to let it move. And with each moment you allow that, uncertainty becomes less of a threat and more of an open door, patiently waiting for you to stop guarding it. Now let surrender change its shape from something you give up into something you become. You are not disappearing into the river. You are becoming the vessel. Feel that difference. You are the riverbank and the river, the place that holds and the movement that flows. Nothing passive about this, nothing weak. Receptivity is a form of alignment. It's how life moves through you without distortion. Imagine for a moment that your whole body is like clear glass, not rigid, not fragile, just open. And life moves through you like light, not pushing, not forcing, simply passing, illuminating, warming, guiding. Your inner being doesn't push, it invites. Pause here. Let the word invite settle without effort. When you allow, something very old and very intelligent begins to respond. Patterns you've practiced with emotion grow stronger. Not because you're trying, but because repetition plus feeling naturally deepens pathways. What you rest in, you reinforce. So when you rest in trust, trust learns you back. And intuition, notice how it feels less mysterious now. Not a voice shouting instructions, but a quiet recognition. Pattern meeting pattern. Inner resonance saying, this fits, like knowing when a note is in tune. Not by thinking, but by feeling the harmony. You don't have to chase intuition. You allow it to surface. You invite. Pause again after invite. And as you lie here, receiving rather than managing, notice how the body knows what to do with this. The breath deepens on its own. Muscles soften without instruction. Thoughts lose their urgency. This is co-creation. Life moves, and you respond. Not by force, but by availability. Let the words arrive slowly now, like water lapping the shore. Allow, receive, invite. After each one, let there be space. You are not waiting for life to happen to you. You are aligned with how it already moves. And in this alignment, there is a soft inevitability, a sense that you don't have to make things work. You only have to stay open long enough to feel what's already guiding you. Gently, patiently, from within. Thoughts can drift by now, like leaves on the surface of the river. Noticed, not chased. You don't need to follow them downstream. You don't need to name them. They appear and they move on, all by themselves. Feel how simple that is. You're approaching the gentle door between waking and dreaming, the place where effort loosens its grip, where images soften, where time becomes less important. Nothing dramatic marks this threshold. It arrives quietly, like evening light dimming without announcement. We can let the mind become simpler here. Fewer words, softer edges. When the mind repeats something easy, something neutral, it naturally settles. Complexity dissolves. The system recognizes there is nothing to solve, so let the river be the only image now. A slow current, a steady movement, leaves drifting past, one by one. If a thought hooks your attention, notice it kindly and return to the river. If another thought comes, do the same. No correction needed, no effort added, just returning. You might notice moments where images form on their own, half dreams, colors, fragments, or moments where everything goes pleasantly blank. Both are signs you're near the threshold. There is no wrong way to pass through. The door opens when you stop trying to open it. Let the phrases become quieter now, almost like a whisper inside, drifting, floating, held. Pause between them. Let the silence do most of the work. Your body knows this place. You've been here before. Every night, just before sleep, claimed you. The difference tonight is that you're arriving without resistance, without bargaining, without one last check. Nothing needs your attention anymore. The river carries you toward the dream current, smoothly, patiently, as thinking fades into background sound and awareness narrows to something soft, something slow, something safe. You are very close now to that gentle door, and there is no need to step through. Just let yourself be carried, and it will open on its own. Now the current takes over. There is nothing to figure out, nothing to arrange, nothing to hold in place, only to receive. Feel how the body already knows this, how it has settled into the surface beneath you, how the breath has found its own rhythm, how even the space between thoughts feels softer now, less defined, less important. You don't need to stay alert. You don't need to guide what comes next. Your inner being is already leading, quietly, precisely, without effort, like a river that knows the way to the sea without consulting a map. If a thought appears, let it fade. If an image forms, let it blur. If awareness drifts, let it drift. Everything is allowed. You are safe, open, and ready. Ready not to do, but to be shown. Not to push, but to receive. The current beneath you is steady now, carrying you deeper, smoother, slower, and you don't have to follow it. It will take you. Pause, and another pause. Nothing more is required of you. Just rest here as the river continues, and something deeper in you begins to speak, in its own language, in its own time, while you are gently carried onward. You wake gently, not pulled out of sleep, but invited out of it, like the morning is opening a door and you're simply walking through. The room is quiet in that soft, early way air, cool against your skin sheets warm, where your body has been resting. Your breath is slow, unforced. You don't reach for the day like it might run away from you. You let it come. For a moment, you lie still and listen not for noise, but for the feeling underneath everything. A calm knowing. A subtle yes that doesn't need to explain itself. Your mind doesn't scramble to organize, doesn't scan for what could go wrong. It stays wide and clear, like a sky with plenty of space. You notice small details, as if the camera of your awareness is panning slowly, the faint line of light at the edge of the curtain, the gentle weight of your blanket, the way your pillow holds the shape of your head. You stretch your toes, and there's a quiet satisfaction in how your body answers you. You're here. You're safe. You're present. And then without effort, an intuitive next step rises. Not a list, not a pressure. Just one clean thing. Simple. Natural. The kind of thought that feels like guidance rather than obligation. You don't argue with it. You don't delay to overthink it. You trust it the way you trust your own heartbeat. You sit up slowly. The floor is cool when your feet touch down. You stand unhurried, and something inside you is steady, like you're supported from beneath, like the day is already holding you. You move as if supported. You move as if there is time. You feel guided without being rushed. You walk to where your morning begins. Maybe the bathroom, maybe the kitchen, and even your steps feel different. Not racing, not heavy, just sure. You wash your hands and feel the water, the temperature just right, and you watch it bead and slide along your skin. You look at your face in the mirror, not searching for flaws, but recognizing yourself. There's a softness in your eyes, a groundedness, as if you've made peace with your own timing. You make something simple, water, tea, coffee, and you notice the sound of it. The quiet pour, the gentle clink, the subtle steam rising. The scent is comforting, familiar. You take a sip and the warmth spreads through your chest, and your nervous system seems to read it as a signal it's okay. We can move slowly. We can choose cleanly, and you do. You glance at your day, but you don't let it loom. A message might be waiting. A calendar might exist, but you're not at the mercy of it. You feel your priorities align from the inside out like iron filings turning toward a magnet. What matters becomes obvious. What doesn't matter loosens its grip. You choose one thing to do first, and it's the right thing, not because it's dramatic, but because it's aligned. You can feel it in your body. A quiet openness in your chest, a relaxed jaw, shoulders dropping down and back into place. You're not forcing yourself into productivity. You're allowing yourself into clarity. You move through small tasks with an ease that surprises you. The simple kind of ease that used to seem reserved for other people. You open a window and the air feels fresh. You straighten something without turning it into a demand. You reply to something that used to make you hesitate, and your words come clean and kind. You don't perform. You don't defend. You simply communicate. As you do, you notice something profound and ordinary. At the same time, you trust yourself in the tiny moments. You trust yourself with choices. You trust yourself with timing. You trust yourself with what you feel and what you know. You don't need to grip the steering wheel with white knuckles. Your hands rest on it lightly, confident that the road is there, confident that you can respond. You pick up your phone if you do it all and you don't fall into it. You use it like a tool, not like a doorway to anxiety. You read what you need, you answer what's necessary, and you set it down again. You remain in your life. You remain in yourself, and there's this sense, quiet, steady, like you're being led in a way that still belongs to you, not controlled, not pushed, guided. Like intuition is a light in your hands, always bright enough for the next step. You don't demand to see the whole staircase. You just step, and the next step appears. You feel it again, supported. You move as if supported, as if the day wants you to succeed, wants you to arrive, wants you to feel well. You make room for that possibility without needing proof first. And that's the shift. That's the new normal forming. Somewhere in you, there's a remembered pattern, how it used to feel to second-guess everything, to rehearse mistakes before they happened, to rush in case time betrayed you. But today, that pattern doesn't run the show. Today, you notice it like an old song fading from another room. You don't fight it. You don't make it meaningful. You return to the simple truth you are safe enough to trust. And as we know, when we rehearse a state in the mind, the body begins to learn it as if it's real. Like athletes who strengthen readiness through mental practice, you're strengthening your own readiness for ease, for guided action, for clean decisions. Not promising outcomes, just training familiarity. Teaching your system, this is how we move now. You take another sip. You blink slowly. The light in the room has changed, almost imperceptibly brighter at the edges, warmer on the surfaces. And you can feel that same warmth inside you. A gentle confidence. A quiet permission. Your day begins and you don't brace for impact. You begin it like you belong here. Like you're in relationship with life, not in battle with it. You look toward what's next, and you feel something simple, something steady. I can trust myself. And the moment you accept that your body agrees, your breath deepens, your mind clears, your heart softens, and you move forward, not fast, not forced, but certain, as if held. A surprise arrives in the middle of your day, not dramatic like thunder, but sudden enough to test the old reflex. It could be a message you weren't expecting, a change in timing, a request that lands a little too close to your plans, a small disruption that before might have tightened your chest and sent your mind into quick calculations. You feel the moment it happens, a tiny flicker in the nervous system, a brief invitation for control to rush in and take the wheel. And then you notice something new. You don't tighten. You don't brace your shoulders. You don't hold your breath like you're about to push through a wall. You simply become aware, like a calm witness inside yourself, and you let the moment be exactly what it is. A change, a new piece of information, a turning point. You give yourself a sacred pause, not a dramatic pause. Just one breath where you don't react. One breath where you remember you are not required to answer life with fear. You are allowed to respond with trust. The air moves in through your nose, cool and clean. Your ribs expand gently, and as you exhale, your body releases a fraction of its urgency. Your jaw softens, your belly loosens, your eyes steady. The world doesn't collapse because something changed. The world simply updates. You feel that quiet inner listening begin, like stepping into a room within yourself where everything is clear. You ask without words, what is the next clean step? And instead of a storm of options, one thing appears, simple, direct, almost obvious. The kind of choice you can feel in your body, like warmth spreading in your chest, like a slight lift in the heart, like your spine aligning without effort. It's not a choice made to avoid discomfort. It's a choice made from alignment. You let yourself stay with that feeling for a moment long enough for it to register. This is what trust feels like. It feels like spaciousness. It feels like clarity. It feels like not needing to force the future open. You move gently, decisively into that one step. Maybe you reply with a calm message that honors your boundaries. Maybe you adjust your schedule without resentment. Maybe you say yes, but only to what is true. Maybe you say no cleanly, kindly, without apology. Whatever it is, you do it as someone who is supported. And here's what changes everything: you don't make the surprise mean you're unsafe. You don't interpret uncertainty as danger. You treat it like weather, something passing through the day. And because you don't feed it with panic, it doesn't grow teeth. It doesn't become a story. It becomes a moment you meet. You feel your feet on the ground, solid and steady. You notice the small sounds around you. The hum of a room distant, voices a soft notification fading away. You notice the light on surfaces, the way the day continues unbothered. And something in you mirrors that steadiness. You remember the old version of you for a second, how they might have tried to control every variable, how they might have pushed too hard too fast, calling it responsibility, while the body called it strain. And you feel a tenderness for that old strategy. It was trying to protect you, but today you choose a different protection. You choose regulation. You choose presence. You choose trust. We know this pattern, pause to respond instead of react, can be learned, practiced, strengthened. The nervous system is trainable. The mind can be taught that it's safe to wait for clarity. Not a clinical promise, just a human reality. What you rehearse becomes familiar, and what becomes familiar becomes easier to choose. So you rehearse it now in real time inside this scene. A challenge arrives, and you soften. You listen inward, and one clean step appears. And as you follow that step, the outcome unfolds cleaner than forcing ever could. Not because you controlled it perfectly, but because you stopped fighting the moment. You stopped arguing with reality. You met it with alignment, and alignment has a quiet intelligence of its own. The path becomes less cluttered. Conversations become simpler. Timing becomes kinder. The whole situation seems to lose its sharp edges. You notice it. People respond differently when you're not frantic. The room around you feels less pressurized. Even if things are still changing, they're changing with less friction. You still capable, still discerning, just no longer driven by fear. And there is a subtle miracle in that. Not a miracle that breaks laws, but a miracle that restores order inside you. A miracle of congruence, of being in the right place within yourself. The surprise becomes sacred because it reveals something. You can trust yourself in the unknown. You can stand in uncertainty without collapsing into control. You can let the next step come to you and still move forward. You feel the redemption of it, the way the moment that once would have hijacked your day now becomes proof of your new identity. Proof that you are changing at the root. You take another breath and it feels like spacious relief, like the body saying, "Thank you for not abandoning me to panic. Thank you for staying." And as you settle back into your day, you carry a quiet knowing with you, almost like a warm stone in your pocket. Steady, reassuring. When things shift, I do not tighten. I pause, I listen. One clean step appears, and I move supported, guided, without being rushed. The scene widens now as if the lens pulls back, and the world opens into something more expansive, more fluid. You find yourself near water, standing at the edge of a slow living river. The air here feels different, cooler, softer. It carries the faint scent of wet stone and green leaves, a freshness that settles your breath without asking anything from you. You step closer and notice the water's surface catching the light. Sunlight scatters across it in shifting patterns, silver gold, pale blue, never the same shape twice. Each shimmer appears, dissolves, and is replaced effortlessly. You watch it, and your mind begins to follow the same rhythm, appearing, releasing, flowing on. You kneel or sit near the edge and let your fingers drift into the water. The temperature surprises you, not cold, not warm, but alive. It wraps around your skin, moving past without resistance. You feel the gentle pressure of the current, steady and consistent, carrying everything it touches forward without strain. Somewhere in the distance, birds call to one another, soft, spaced sounds that feel unhurried. Leaves whisper above you as a breeze moves through them, sunlight filtering down in loose, dancing fragments. You hear the quiet lap of water against the shore, the low, constant murmur of motion that never rushes and never stops. Every sense joins in. You feel the ground beneath you solid and reliable. You hear the layered music of this place, water wind wings. You see the way light rests on the river, then breaks apart, then gathers again. You smell damp earth and growing things, and in this richness, your body receives a message without words. You are carried. You step into the river slowly. The water rises around your ankles, your calves, your knees, and you notice how your body adjusts without panic. You don't fight the current. You let it meet you. It presses gently like a hand at your back, reminding you which way is forward. As you move a little deeper, the sound of the water becomes fuller, more enveloping. It's not loud. It's consistent. A living presence. Each ripple against your skin feels like confirmation of movement, without effort, of progress, without force. You lift your gaze and watch the light again. That same shimmer, that same pattern repeating, but never identical. And something in you recognizes it. The way your own life moves, the way guidance works, always changing, always present. You breathe in slowly, and the air feels charged, clean awake. On the exhale, your shoulders drop. Your jaw loosens. You stop bracing. The river doesn't require you to hold yourself rigid. It asks you to feel, to sense, to trust its direction. You notice how your body naturally finds balance, how your feet adjust against the riverbed, how your muscles engage only as much as they need to. Nothing extra, nothing forced, just enough. And that same intelligence feels alive inside you, mirrored perfectly. Every sense confirms it now. You are not struggling. You are not lost. You are being carried. The light on the water becomes an anchor in your awareness. Each time it flickers, you feel a gentle reassurance pass through you, like a pulse of calm, a reminder that movement doesn't have to hurt, that progress doesn't have to be loud, that guidance can feel like ease. You let yourself stay here, letting the sensory world do the work. The river moves, the light dances, the air breathes you back, and without effort, your nervous system learns something new from this scene. something ancient and simple. You can float and still arrive. You can allow and still move forward. You can trust the current because it knows the way. And as you stand in the river surrounded by sound and shimmer and gentle motion, you feel it settle in, not as an idea, but as a felt truth in your body. Every sense agrees you are carried. As you remain there, something subtle begins to soften. It's not a sudden shift. It's more like a boundary slowly dissolving the way fog thins when the sun rises. You notice that the river is no longer something you're standing in. It feels closer than that, more intimate, as if the distinction between where you end and where the current begins is becoming less important. You feel it in your breath first. The air moves in and out of you, and it feels synchronized with the motion of the water. Inhale, there is a lift. Exhale, there is a release. The rhythm doesn't belong to you alone anymore. It belongs to the moment, to the space holding both of you. You stop feeling watched by life, and you begin to feel partnered by life. There's no sense of being evaluated, measured, or tested. No invisible audience waiting for you to get it right. Instead, there's a quiet companionship in everything around you. The current isn't pushing you to prove anything. The light isn't demanding attention. The birds aren't judging your pace. Everything simply exists with you, and you realize you are included. The old edge of separation softens. The place where you end and everything else begins grows porous, gentle. The water moves around your legs, and you don't resist it. You let it pass through the space where effort used to live. You let it agree with you. The river and you agree, not in words, but in rhythm, in trust, in a shared direction that doesn't need to be named. You feel a quiet permission settle in your chest, the permission to stop managing life like a fragile project and start receiving it like a relationship. Your thoughts widen, they slow, they lose their sharp corners. Instead of circling back to you, back to you, back to you, they open outward. There's less self-monitoring here, less checking, more being. We know moments like this, moments of awe, of oneness, have a way of loosening the mind's tight focus on itself, not by force, but by perspective. When you touch something larger, the small anxious loops lose their urgency. They simply don't fit in this much space. You feel that now. Your identity shifts not by effort, but by allowance. You are no longer the small self managing every detail, scanning for mistakes, bracing for impact. You are a presence within a larger movement, a participant, a partner. You let the water support more of your weight. Your muscles respond by relaxing, trusting the balance that emerges naturally. You don't disappear into the river, you remain yourself, but you stop holding yourself apart from it. The sun breaks through the leaves above, and for a moment, the light lands everywhere at once, on the water, on your skin, in your eyes. It doesn't distinguish. It includes. And you feel that inclusion in your body, like warmth spreading evenly, like nothing needing to be fixed. There is no edge between you and life right now. Only contact, only flow, only this shared movement forward. You sense how much energy you once spent resisting, steering, correcting, and you don't judge it. You simply notice how unnecessary it feels here. The current carries without asking for constant supervision. Life responds when you listen instead of grip. You rest in that understanding. The boundary softens, the current and you agree, And in that agreement, something fundamental rewires itself not as a thought, but as a felt orientation toward the world. You are not separate from support. You are not standing alone in front of an indifferent universe. You are in relationship. You are received. You are held within motion that knows where it's going. You breathe slow and deep and let that knowing expand through your chest, your belly, your back. There's space here, spacious enough for uncertainty, spacious enough for trust, spacious enough for you to simply be. And as you remain in this oneness, this quiet partnership with life, you feel an ease settle into your identity like a truth. You don't have to defend anymore. You belong to the current, and the current belongs to you. Something warm begins to rise now, not suddenly, not intensely, but steadily, like sunlight spreading through water. It starts as relief, a deep, honest relief that you don't have to hold everything together anymore, that you don't have to be on guard, that you can rest inside this cooperation with life. You feel it in your chest first, a gentle loosening as if a long-held tension finally realizes it's allowed to let go. Your breath deepens on its own. Your exhale lengthens. And with that exhale, a quiet message settles into your body. You are okay now. Let relief be your new baseline, not the kind of relief that comes after struggle, but the kind that exists before anything goes wrong. The kind that says, even here, even now, I am supported. Even in motion, even in change, I am held. As that relief spreads, joy begins to appear, not loud joy, not performative joy, but a soft, living joy. The kind that feels like a smile forming inside your ribs. The kind that doesn't need a reason. It's simply the natural response of a system that no longer feels threatened. Joy isn't a reward. Joy is a compass. You notice how it guides you effortlessly. When you imagine your next step, joy leans you toward what's true. When you consider an old pattern of forcing joy gently recedes. It doesn't scold. It simply redirects. It shows you where alignment lives. You let yourself feel that guidance. You let joy be informational. You let it be wise. And then there's love. Not love as an emotion you generate, but love as a current that moves through you. Warm, steady, unmistakably alive. It moves the way the river moved earlier, except now it's inside your body. Through your chest, along your spine, down your arms and legs. A warm current that doesn't rush and doesn't stop. Love moves through you like a warm current. It doesn't ask you to be better. It doesn't demand proof. It simply moves. And as it moves, it teaches your nervous system something essential. This state is safe. This openness is safe. This trust will not harm you. You linger here. You allow the feeling to deepen, not by effort, but by attention. Each time you notice the warmth, it grows a little clearer. Each time you rest in it, your body learns it more fully. Emotion and memory begin to pair themselves naturally, like roots finding water. We know emotion strengthens learning. We know that when feeling and identity are paired, the imprint lasts longer. So you don't rush this. You let joy, love, and relief soak into the images you've already lived inside. You remember the morning ease. You remember the surprise that didn't tighten you. You remember the river carrying you. And now each memory glows with this feeling. Each scene becomes warmer, more alive, more real inside your body. Not as fantasy, but as familiarity. Relief settles deeper. Joy stabilizes. Love continues to move. And something subtle but profound happens. Your system begins to prefer this state, not because it's better, but because it's truer, because it requires less effort, because it feels like home. You feel your face soften. Maybe there's the hint of a smile. Your shoulders rest. Your hands feel warm, heavy in a pleasant way. Even your thoughts seem to float now, slower, less urgent, bathed in the same warmth. Let relief be your new baseline. You repeat it gently inside, not as a command, but as an allowance. Relief before the outcome. Relief before certainty. Relief as the ground you stand on. Joy responds by deepening like it recognizes its invitation. Love responds by expanding like it's been waiting for permission. And you notice how these emotions don't pull you away from life, they bring you closer. They make you more present, more responsive, more alive to subtle signals. This is the frequency your subconscious remembers. Not excitement, not vigilance, but calm joy, quiet love, steady relief. You rest here long enough for it to settle into your muscles, your breath, your posture, long enough for it to become the background hum of your inner world, long enough that your body stops asking, "Is this temporary?" It feels enduring. It feels repeatable. It feels like something you can return to, not by effort, but by recognition. You don't need to chase joy anymore. You let it orient you. You don't need to earn love. You let it move. You don't need to wait for relief. You allow it now. And in this state, this warm, settled, quietly luminous state, you feel a deep kindness toward yourself, toward the times you didn't trust, toward the times you tried to control because you didn't feel held. There is no shame here, only understanding, only compassion. You breathe again, slow and full. The current moves, the warmth remains, and your subconscious takes note not in words, but in pattern, in feeling, in association. This is who you are when you trust. This is how it feels to be aligned. This is safe. This is home. You stay a little longer, letting joy soften into calm, letting love steady into presence, letting relief settle into your bones. Nothing needs to happen next. Nothing needs to be proven. For now, it is enough to feel this, enough to let it imprint, enough to let your system learn the way back again and again. And you rest there, gently glowing, carried by the quiet certainty that this feeling, this state is available to you, now and again and again. Now, without shifting the calm, your resting in gratitude begins to form softly, naturally, like a light turning on in a room that was already warm. It doesn't arrive as effort. It arrives as recognition. You start small. Thank you for what's already working. You feel into that statement and notice how many things quietly support you without asking for acknowledgement. Your breath, the way your body knows how to settle, the ground beneath you, the moments that held even when you weren't watching. You let each thank you land fully before moving on. Thank you for the things that flowed today, not because everything was perfect, but because something aligned, because there were moments of ease, because you noticed guidance where there used to be noise. You pause, and then another thank you rises. Thank you for unseen protection, for the paths that didn't open because they weren't meant to, for the delays that quietly redirected you, for the situations that resolved themselves without demanding your energy. You may not know all the ways you were protected, but you feel the truth of it in your body. There is a gentle wonder in that. Thank you for guidance I can feel, not guidance shouted from the outside, but guidance that arrives as clarity, as a calm sense of this way, as the absence of urgency, as the presence of peace. You notice how your system responds when you name it, how it softens, how it opens, how it agrees. Gratitude continues to accumulate layer by layer. Thank you for the people who show up at the right time, whether they stayed for years or just for a moment. Whether they helped directly or simply mirrored something you needed to see. You don't analyze it. You just let appreciation move through you. Thank you for your own willingness, for choosing to pause instead of panic, for listening inward instead of tightening, for practicing trust even when it felt unfamiliar. There is no self-judgment here, only acknowledgement. We know gratitude gently trains attention. It teaches the mind where to look. And as you practice it now, you feel your awareness naturally orient toward support, toward coherence, toward what is quietly holding you up. Thank you for what is already unfolding. Even if you can't see it yet, even if it's still forming, you thank it as if it's real, because on some level it is. Possibility exists before form. Alignment moves before results. And your body recognizes the sincerity of this thank you. You slow down even more now. Each phrase is followed by space. Each thank you echoes softly inside you. Thank you for rest. Thank you for clarity. Thank you for timing that doesn't rush me. Thank you for life responding when I listen. You notice how gratitude doesn't excite you, it settles you. It organizes your inner world. It brings a gentle order to your thoughts, like everything is being placed where it belongs. Thank you for the current that carries me. Thank you for the strength that no longer has to strain. Thank you for this moment of stillness. And as the thank yous continue, something subtle but powerful happens. Your system begins to expect support. Not demand it, expect it. The way you expect the floor to be there when you stand. The way you expect your breath to return after an exhale. This is the magnetism of gratitude, not pulling, not forcing, but aligning your attention with what is already present. You rest in that alignment. Thank you for what I've survived. Thank you for what I've learned. Thank you for who I am becoming. Each line lands like a soft bell ringing once, then fading into silence. And in that silence, there is peace. A deep, unhurried peace that doesn't need improvement. You let the final thank you form slowly, honestly from the center of your chest. Thank you for being guided. You don't rush away from it. You let it settle. You let it become part of your breath, part of your posture, part of the way you inhabit yourself. And in this state, quiet, grateful, open, you feel how trust no longer feels like a leap. It feels like recognition. You remain here, wrapped in a gentle awareness of support, letting gratitude continue to do its quiet work, preparing the ground for what comes next. And now, from this calm and grateful ground, words begin to rise not as effort, but as truth, remembering itself. They don't strain your voice. They don't argue with doubt. They arrive slowly, rhythmically, like steps finding their own pace. I am safe in the unknown. You feel the words settle into your chest, not as hope, but as recognition. Your body responds first. Breath, steady shoulders, relaxed, as if it has been waiting to hear this said out loud. I am guided from within. There's a quiet confidence in that statement. No searching outward, no scrambling for signs. Just an inner signal that has always been there, now trusted, now listened to. I am aligned with perfect timing, not rush timing, not delayed timing. Perfect timing, the kind that unfolds naturally when you stop interfering with fear. You feel how your system softens around this truth. how urgency loosens its grip. I am the calm inside change. You repeat it gently, letting it echo. Change doesn't disappear, but you no longer disappear inside it. You remain steady, present, centered. I am safe in the unknown. I am guided from within. I am aligned with perfect timing. The phrases return not as repetition, but as reinforcement, each time landing deeper, each time more familiar. I am someone who trusts myself. You feel the identity shift here. Not something you're becoming someday, but something you're allowing now. Trust doesn't feel dramatic. It feels grounded. It feels like standing on solid ground and realizing you don't need to test it. I am relaxed while life moves. I am clear even when answers arrive one at a time. I am steady while things rearrange. Each line creates space inside you. Space where anxiety used to live. Space where control used to grip. Space where a new self-concept settles in quietly, confidently. I am safe in my body. I am safe in my choices. I am safe in my timing. You don't rush the affirmations. You let silence breathe between them. You let your nervous system absorb the tone, the cadence, the permission. This is not positive thinking. This is identity remembering itself. And as the words continue, you sense something sealing not tightly, but gently, like a door closing softly behind you. I am no longer proving, I am allowing. I am no longer bracing, I am trusting. If this identity feels true for you, if something in your body quietly nods, you may choose to seal it in a simple way. You might whisper it. You might type it. You might let it exist as a vow. I already am. And if you feel called, you can place those words in the comments and join our circle by subscribing, so we continue together, reinforcing this identity night after night, gently and steadily. You return inward now. I am safe in the unknown. I am guided from within. I am aligned with perfect timing. The words slow. They soften. They become less like statements and more like atmosphere. Something you're breathing rather than saying. You feel the new identity settle into place, not as effort, not as performance, but as a quiet truth your system accepts, and you rest there for a moment, grounded, steady, already becoming familiar with who you are when trust is natural, already knowing you already are. The words continue slower now, deeper, as if they're coming from beneath thought, rising from the place where certainty lives without explanation. I belong to life and life belongs to me. You feel how that lands not as ownership, but as intimacy, as mutual recognition. You are not visiting this world. You are part of it, included in its movement, recognized by its rhythm. I release control and I gain clarity. There is relief in the release, a quiet exchange. What you let go of no longer needs your energy, and in return, understanding arrives without effort. You feel the trade-off in your body, less tension, more knowing. I receive the next step with ease, not the whole plan, not every answer, just the next step, and that is enough. Your system relaxes around the idea that clarity comes in sequence, not all at once. I am the river and the flow. The words feel symbolic, then suddenly practical. You understand them not as poetry, but as orientation. You move, life moves, and there is no conflict between the two. I belong to life, and life belongs to me. I release control, and I gain clarity. I receive the next step with ease. Each line settles more slowly than the last, like sediment drifting to the bottom of clear water. You don't push them down. You let them find their place. I am allowed to receive. You notice how unfamiliar that used to feel and how natural it feels now. Receiving guidance, receiving support, receiving timing that works in your favor. I am held even when I do nothing. There is no collapse in that statement. Only trust. Only the quiet strength of knowing you don't disappear when you rest. I am connected, not separate. The sense of oneness returns, not overwhelming, not abstract, but lived. You feel it in your breath, in the weight of your body, in the way your thoughts move more slowly, more cooperatively. I belong to the current. You pause after this one. You let the silence do the work. And in that silence, something locks in, not rigidly, but securely. A feeling of inevitability, of soft certainty, like this identity has been waiting for you to stop resisting it. I am the river and the flow. You don't repeat it to convince yourself. You repeat it because it feels true. The affirmations begin to fade into sensation, now less verbal, more embodied. Your body remembers what your mind no longer needs to repeat. There is a sense of gentle inevitability here. A quiet, of course. Of course you belong. Of course you're guided. Of course the next step arrives when you're ready to receive it. You rest in that knowing. Breath slow, body heavy and supported, mind open and unstrained. And without needing to announce it, you feel yourself transitioning from identity into movement, from being into doing, naturally, effortlessly, the way someone does when they trust the current to carry their actions as well as their thoughts. You stay here for a moment longer, letting the truth settle all the way through you, ready without effort for what comes next. And now the knowing begins to move, not in a rush, not with urgency, but with a quiet confidence that shows itself in the smallest, most ordinary moments. The kind of movement that doesn't announce itself because it doesn't need to. I move like someone who is supported. You feel the difference in that immediately, in the way your shoulders hang, in how your steps land, in how your eyes take in the world without scanning for danger. I pause and the right decision appears. You don't chase answers anymore. You create space, and in that space, clarity arrives. You feel it as a soft click inside, like something aligning into place. I act when it's aligned, not when I'm afraid. This one lands deep. You notice how fear used to rush you, how alignment now steadies you. You no longer confuse speed with truth. You recognize the feeling of yes in your body. I trust my timing, not because everything is slow, but because it's precise. Because things meet you when you're ready to meet them. You feel patience not as waiting, but as confidence in sequence. I allow help. I notice help. I accept help. The words stack gently, each one softening a layer of independence that once felt like armor. You feel how allowing help doesn't weaken you. It signals trust. It signals belonging. I choose clarity over control. I choose presence over prediction. I choose ease over force. Each choice rewires something practical. You imagine yourself pausing before replying, before committing, before deciding. And in that pause, you feel your body guide you, subtle, accurate, reliable. I listen before I move. I move when it's clean. I stop when it's complete. There is no guilt in stopping now. No pressure to push past alignment. Rest becomes part of motion, not an interruption of it. I speak when it's true. I stay quiet when it's not. You feel the dignity in that, the self-trust, the absence of over-explaining, the relief of not needing to convince. I set boundaries without fear. I adjust without self-blame. I move forward without strain. You sense how these behaviors send signals to your body, to others, to life itself. Signals of steadiness. Signals of self-respect. Signals that you are not in a hurry to prove your worth. I pause, and the right decision appears. You let that one echo. You imagine it playing out again and again at work, in conversation, in moments of choice. Each time the pause feels natural. Each time the answer arrives with less noise. I am responsive, not reactive. I am deliberate, not delayed. I am supported in motion. And as these affirmations continue, they stop feeling like instructions and start feeling like descriptions. This is simply how you move now, how you choose, how you act. The old way, forcing, pushing, overcorrecting, feels distant. Not wrong, just unnecessary. Like using outdated tools when something simpler is available. You feel a quiet confidence in your spine, a steadiness in your chest, a grounded patience in your steps. This is what it looks like when identity becomes behavior. When trust stops being an idea and starts being visible. You move like someone who is supported. You decide like someone who is guided. You live like someone who belongs. And you rest in that rhythm for a moment longer, letting it integrate, letting it become automatic, letting your system recognize this as the new normal. Nothing to rush, nothing to prove, just motion, held by trust. Tonight, without effort and without ceremony, you make a quiet vow, not spoken aloud, not dramatic, but deeply felt. A vow that doesn't tighten your chest or demand perfection. A vow that feels like coming home. Tonight you choose trust as your home, not a place you visit when things are calm, but a place you return to even when the waters move. Especially then. You don't force yourself to believe. You simply agree to stop fighting what already supports you. You imagine the river again, not as something outside you now, but as something you live within. You don't chase signs anymore. You don't lean forward, searching for reassurance. You become the sign. You feel it in how you breathe, slow, unguarded. You feel it in how you rest without guilt. You feel it in how you let the next moment arrive without rehearsing failure. There is a softness in this vow, and that is what makes it strong. No rules, no pressure, just orientation. When uncertainty comes, you remember where you live. When choice appears, you remember how to pause. When the mind tries to rush, you return to the current. You don't promise to never doubt. You don't promise to always be calm. You promise something gentler, something truer. To listen before you tighten. To feel before you force. To trust before you control. The vow settles into your body like a warm weight, grounding, reassuring. It doesn't pull you forward. It anchors you right where you are. And from this place, you sense what comes next, not as anticipation, but as readiness. The kind that doesn't need to stay awake to manage it. The kind that knows rest is part of trust. You let the river carry the vow for you now. You let the night take over the work of integration. Nothing more is required. You have chosen. And gently, quietly, you allow yourself to drift, supported, aligned, and already on your way. You notice first that you don't have to carry everything into sleep. And tonight you choose one thing, not your whole life, not every unfinished thread. Just one. You feel it as a weight you've been holding in your system, the need to control, as if you've been keeping your hands clenched around the steering wheel of existence even when you're exhausted. As if your mind has been working overtime, trying to predict, trying to manage, trying to prevent pain by staying tense. So in your imagination now, you find yourself by a river. It's nighttime or early dawn, soft light, gentle air. The river is steady, honest, moving without explanation. And in your hands, there is a stone. You can feel it clearly, cool, solid, real. This stone is the need to control, the gripping, the bracing, the inner demand that says, I must figure it out. I must make it happen. I must hold it all together. You don't judge yourself for holding it. Of course you did. You were trying to stay safe. You were trying to love your life into order. So you simply acknowledge the stone in your hands, without drama, without fighting, without turning it into a problem, just noticing, and you walk closer to the river's edge. The river doesn't rush you. The river doesn't argue with you. It just moves. The way life moves when you stop wrestling it. You look for a place where the water is calmer, where you can see the riverbed. Smooth stones beneath the surface, a quiet pocket of flow, and you lower your hands. You feel the stone one last time, its heaviness, its certainty. You let yourself understand this is not something you have to destroy. You don't have to fight it. You don't have to punish your mind for trying to control. You simply set it down. You place it down. And you watch it settle onto the riverbed. Not violently, not dramatically, just resting. The water moves around it, as if it has always belonged there. As if this river has held stones for 1,000 years and never once complained. And something in you learns quietly that release is allowed, that nothing breaks when you let go, that you are not punished for easing your grip. The river doesn't punish you for releasing. It doesn't shame you. It doesn't revoke your goodness. It doesn't say you were wrong for being tired. It simply continues, steady, faithful, carrying what it carries. And you notice what happens inside you when your hands are empty. There is space. There is breath. There is a softness in the chest, as if the heart has been waiting for permission to unclench. You don't have to prove anything tonight. You don't have to solve anything tonight. That stone is on the riverbed now, and you are not carrying it into sleep. Not carried tonight, not held tonight, not wrestled tonight, only set down. And as you stand by the river, you let your nervous system register this as safe. Because it is safe. You did not lose yourself by releasing. You found yourself. You let the river keep moving. You let the night keep breathing. And you turn inward gently, as if you are walking back into your own body, into your own bed, into your own quiet. Your hands remain soft. Your shoulders lower. Your jaw unclenches. And even if your mind tries to reach for that old stone again, you can remind it, not tonight. Tonight we rest, and the river keeps flowing. Your hands stay open, not as an effort, not as a technique, just as a choice you keep making moment by moment because it feels kinder. You can almost sense it when your hands open, something else opens too. A timeline, a pathway, a soft unfolding you don't have to force. Open hands, open life, open hands, open timeline. Because gripping isn't the same as caring. Tension isn't the same as devotion. Control isn't the same as love. And tonight you keep the feeling and release the gripping. You keep the warmth you touched at the river. You keep the calm certainty that you are allowed to rest. You keep the quiet faith that things can move without you strangling them into place. But you let go of the clench. You can feel the difference in your body. When you grip, your breath tightens. Your stomach holds. Your mind speeds up, searching for the next threat, the next mistake, the next what if. But when you open, everything becomes simpler. Your breath lengthens on its own. Your shoulders melt a little more. The muscles around your eyes soften, as if you don't need to watch the world so intensely right now. Open hands, open timeline, and notice something beautiful. Letting go does not erase your desire. It doesn't cancel your dreams. It doesn't make you careless or passive. It makes you available. Available for the next helpful thought. Available for the right timing. Available for the quiet nudge that you can only hear when you stop shouting inside. So if your mind asks, "But what if I let go and nothing happens?" you don't argue with it. You simply answer softly, "Trust remains even without answers." Trust remains even without answers, because your life is not only moved by your figuring, your life is also moved by seasons, by unseen support, by meetings and openings you cannot predict. And it's okay not to know. It is safe not to know. You can let the questions float by like small leaves on the water, noticed but not held. You can say to yourself gently, "I'm not gripping that tonight. I'm not carrying that tonight. I'm not tightening around that tonight." Open hands, open timeline, and you may notice as you open that the feeling you want stays with you. The feeling of being guided, the feeling of being carried, the feeling of being held by something larger than your anxious planning. You keep the frequency and release the gripping. You keep the calm and release the strain. You keep the intention and release the pressure, because pressure has never been your true power. Your true power is your state. Your true power is the way you inhabit yourself, the way you breathe when no one is watching, the way you let life touch you without flinching. Open hands, open timeline, and now you widen this release through your whole system, not just your hands. You let your forehead smooth. You let your tongue rest. You let your throat open. You let your chest loosen as if you don't need armor in bed. You let your belly be soft as if it can finally stop bracing. You let your hips sink deeper. You let your legs become heavy and honest. You let your feet go quiet. Open hands, open timeline. And if anything in you still wants to grip a worry, a person, a deadline, an outcome, you don't fight it. You simply open again. Like a flower doesn't fight the night, it just stops holding. Like the ocean doesn't strain to be deep, it just is. Open hands, open timeline. Trust remains even without answers. And in this trust, something rearranges. Your mind doesn't have to be perfect. Your thoughts don't have to be spotless. You don't have to do it right. You only have to soften. You only have to stop squeezing life in your fists, because what is meant for you doesn't require your pain to arrive. What is aligned for you doesn't demand your exhaustion as payment. So tonight you choose the gentler power. You choose to keep the feeling and release the gripping, and you feel yourself becoming more spacious, more receptive, more quiet. Open hands, open timeline. And as the silence lengthens between your thoughts, you start to sense the next part, the way your signal becomes clearer, the way everything inside you begins to agree. As your hands remain open, something else settles into place. You become consistent. Inside and outside begin to match. There is no strain in this, no effort. It happens the way fog lifts when the sun rises naturally without instruction. Your thoughts slow into the same rhythm as your breath. Your emotions soften into the same tone as your body. Nothing is arguing anymore, and in that agreement, your signal becomes clear. No static, no force, just clarity. You can almost imagine it like a radio finely tuned just right. Not louder, not pushing, simply precise. When the dial clicks into place, the noise disappears. What remains is clean, quiet, undistorted. That is what coherence feels like. Your inner world is no longer pulling in opposite directions. You are not saying one thing with your mind and another with your nervous system. You are not hoping with your words and doubting with your body. You are consistent, clear, clean, quiet. And we know deeply, intuitively, that when parts of you agree, energy stops leaking. When identity, emotion, and imagination repeat the same message, the friction fades. The inner conflict dissolves. We call this coherence. But it's really just congruence. You being the same on every level you can touch. There's nothing mystical you have to perform here. Nothing to visualize perfectly. Nothing to hold tightly. You already did the important part by releasing the fight. Now the system aligns itself, like an orchestra that no longer needs tuning. Like musicians who finally hear one another and fall into the same tempo. No one is rushing. No one is competing. The music simply forms, and you are inside that music now. Your signal becomes clear, clean, quiet. You don't need to send it anywhere. You don't need to aim it. Coherence radiates on its own. The moment you stop contradicting yourself, life can read you more easily. The moment you stop bracing the field, responds without confusion. And you feel it not as excitement, not as intensity, but as ease. A deep yes in the body, a settled feeling in the chest, a calm certainty that nothing needs fixing right now. We don't force alignment, we allow it. And when it arrives, it feels like relief. No static, no force, just clarity. Your breath moves smoothly, in and out unbothered. Your heart beats in a rhythm that feels trustworthy. Your thoughts become fewer, and the ones that remain are gentle. You are consistent, and in this consistency, effort dissolves. You don't need to convince the world of anything. You don't need to prove your worth to the night. Your signal is already being received, not because you pushed it outward, but because nothing inside you is blocking it anymore. Clear, clean, quiet. And as this coherence settles deeper into you, like warmth spreading through water, you begin to notice something subtle. When the noise fades, perception sharpens. When the inner argument ends, attention becomes kind. And that is where the next shift begins, not as magic, but as recognition. Because when you stop fighting, life starts feeling friendlier, and you drift gently into that understanding. In this quiet agreement within you, something changes in how you notice the world. Not in a dramatic way, not with fireworks or sudden declarations, just softer, clearer. Opportunities become easier to see, not because they suddenly appear out of nowhere, but because you are no longer straining past them. When the mind is tight, it overlooks what doesn't match its fear. When the body is braced, it misses what arrives gently. But now your attention rests differently. You recognize the next step faster. Not the whole staircase, just the next honest movement. And that is enough. Life begins to feel friendlier. Not because it changed, but because you stopped fighting it. We don't call this a miracle. We call it alignment. When trust becomes the baseline, your awareness reorganizes. The mind starts highlighting supportive cues instead of scanning endlessly for danger. This is how synchronicity actually works, not as a reward, not as a cosmic favor, but as a natural byproduct of coherence. When your inner state is primed with openness, you notice what helps. When you are no longer clenched, timing feels kinder. You see the email that matters. You hear the comment that guides you. You feel the nudge to pause or to move without second-guessing it into exhaustion. Nothing is forced. There is no pressure to believe harder. No demand to stay positive. You are simply available, and availability is powerful. You don't miss the quiet yeses anymore. You don't rush past the subtle openings. You trust yourself enough to respond when something resonates and to rest when it doesn't. Life feels friendlier because you stopped arguing with every moment. And we understand gently that this isn't about control. It's about cooperation. When you stop pushing against the current carries you information. Not all at once, not loudly, but faithfully. You begin to sense that guidance doesn't shout. It repeats. It shows up again and again in small ways. A feeling of ease, a sense of rightness, a calm. This way that doesn't require proof. You don't chase signs, you notice patterns. And because you are no longer tense, those patterns are easier to recognize. There is a quiet humility in this state, a grounded wonder. You don't need life to perform for you. You don't need guarantees. You just feel accompanied, as if something intelligent is walking with you, matching your pace, adjusting when you adjust. Opportunities become easier to see. Choices become easier to make. Rest becomes easier to allow. And when something doesn't move yet, you don't take it as a failure. You understand timing as part of intelligence, not delay. Life feels friendlier because you are friendlier to it. And as this understanding settles, it doesn't demand attention. It simply drifts with you quietly, easily, until even this thought softens and the night continues to open. As you drift further inward, something subtle begins to glow behind your thoughts, not bright in a sharp way, but luminous, like a screen turning on softly in a dark room. The inner screen becomes brighter as you drift. There is no effort required to see it. No focus, no trying. It appears when you stop reaching. As your body grows heavier, your inner world becomes lighter. As your muscles surrender, your imagination becomes more fluid. This is the dream gate opening, a gentle threshold where logic loosens its grip and meaning begins to speak in images, feelings, symbols. Here nothing needs to be explained, nothing needs to be solved. Dream language carries wisdom in symbols, not strain. You don't have to analyze what comes. You don't have to remember it perfectly. Your deeper mind understands without words. It knows how to weave insight into feeling. It knows how to deliver guidance as metaphor. It knows how to heal through story instead of instruction. And right now, your deeper mind is listening to the quiet you've created, listening to the openness in your body, listening to the trust you allowed without proof. You may notice colors drifting behind closed eyes, or fragments of images, or the sense of motion without direction. All of this is welcome. Nothing needs your supervision. The gate opens wider as you relax further, not because you pushed it, but because you stopped guarding it. Your inner vision doesn't demand clarity. It responds to safety, and you are safe now. Safe enough for insight to arrive sideways. Safe enough for answers to come as feeling first. Safe enough for understanding to form quietly while you sleep. There is intelligence moving beneath your awareness, a gentle, organizing presence, a knowing that doesn't rush. Tonight it doesn't need you awake, it only needs you receptive, so you allow the images to come and go. You allow the symbols to drift without grabbing them. You allow meaning to settle where it wants to, like seeds falling into soil in the dark, like currents moving beneath the surface of water. The dream gate is open, and nothing has to happen right now. Your job is finished, your effort has ended. You are simply crossing over into rest, into softness, into the quiet intelligence of sleep. Now there is nothing new to understand, only something simple to remember. So simple it can repeat itself without effort, without thought, without strain. 3 truths. They don't demand belief. They don't require proof. They arrive the way lullabies arrive, through repetition, through gentleness, through safety. You let the first truth settle in. You are safe, not later, not once everything is resolved, but now. You are safe in this bed, safe in this breath, Safe in this moment where nothing is asked of you. You are safe. You let it echo through your body, safe in your chest, safe in your belly, safe all the way down to your feet, even now, especially now. And when the mind tries to check, tries to verify, you don't engage. You return to the truth. You are safe. Rewand. The second truth arrives just as quietly. You are guided, not pushed, not rushed, not forced. Guided. There is an intelligence that does not shout, a direction that does not demand tension, a knowing that meets you where you are. You don't have to see the whole path to be guided on it. You are guided in ways you recognize later, in ways that feel like coincidence, in ways that don't disturb your rest, even now, especially now. And the third truth settles in last deepest of all. You are carried, not by effort, not by vigilance, not by staying alert. Carried, as sleep carries the body, as water carries a leaf, as the night carries the sky. You are carried by rhythm, carried by timing, carried by something that does not need your help. Even now, especially now, you let these three truths rotate gently one at a time, slowly, like a wheel that turns itself. You are safe. You are guided. Antenna. You are carried. Nothing else is required. No fixing, no planning, no reviewing. Just these truths resting where thinking used to be. If one returns, you welcome it. If another fades, that's fine too. They know how to repeat themselves without you. You are safe. You are guided. You are carried. And as the space between the words grows longer, the truths sink deeper beyond language, beyond effort, into the place that remembers them naturally, the place that will keep holding them while you sleep. Now the voice shifts inward, from guiding to being. The words become yours, soft, unforced, true. I trust the timing of my life. I don't rush what is unfolding. I don't punish what is still forming. I trust the timing of my life. I receive guidance easily, not through pressure, not through urgency. I receive it through calm recognition, through quiet knowing. I receive guidance easily. I release what I cannot control. I release the old habit of tightening. I release the reflex to manage everything. I release what I cannot control. I rest in certainty without needing proof. I don't demand guarantees from the night. I don't interrogate the future. I rest. I rest in certainty without needing proof. Tanaman. The phrases begin to loop naturally, now slower, simpler. I trust. I receive. I release. I rest. Each word lands lower in the body, less in the mind, more in the nervous system. I trust the timing of my life. I receive guidance easily. I release what I cannot control. Anchor. I rest in certainty. The sentences shorten, the edges soften. Trust. Receive. Release. Rest. And even these words don't need repeating forever. They are settling beneath awareness now, like breath that continues without instruction, like a heartbeat. You don't have to monitor. I trust. I rest. And the space between the thoughts becomes wider than the thoughts themselves. You don't need to finish the sentence. You don't need to hear the next word. The state is sealed, and sleep is already opening its arms. You find yourself once again near the river, but now you are no longer standing beside it. You are floating. The water holds you effortlessly cool and gentle against your back, as if it knows exactly how to support your weight. Above you, the sky stretches wide and dark, a deep velvet scattered with quiet stars. They don't flicker urgently. They simply exist. The river carries you under the stars, No paddling, no steering, no effort, just drifting. You can hear the water moving in a steady rhythm, a soft repeating sound that smooths the edges of thought. Over and over. The same, and the same, and the same. Your body grows heavier, yet somehow more buoyant at the same time. Arms loose, legs loose, neck supported. The current knows where it's going. You don't need to. Thoughts begin to soften. At first, they slow. Then they blur. Then they lose their words. They become shapes, then impressions, then nothing at all. The stars above seem farther away now, or maybe closer. It doesn't matter. The sky and the water start to feel like one vast space, and you are resting inside it. Breath in. The river lifts you slightly. Breath out. You sink a little deeper into safety. The sound of the water becomes more even, more predictable, almost hypnotic. Nothing new is introduced. Nothing unexpected happens. This is important. Your mind relaxes because it doesn't have to track change. Your nervous system unwinds because the pattern stays kind. Dark velvet sky, gentle water, weightless floating, again and again and again. If a thought tries to form, it dissolves before it finishes. If an image appears, it fades into the dark like mist. You don't follow anything. You don't hold on to anything. The river carries you. Your body understands this language. It has been waiting for this simplicity. No goals, no signals, no meaning to extract. Only movement. Slow, even unchanging. The stars blur into soft light. The water sound blends with your breath. The sense of you loosens at the edges, drifting, floating, carried, and somewhere between one breath and the next, sleep begins to take over, not suddenly, but the way night always does, quietly, inevitably. The river continues, but even the river becomes simpler now. The stars soften into darkness. The water sound fades into a steady hush. The world reduces itself for you. Nothing to do, nothing to fix. Only drifting, only softness. Your body doesn't need instructions anymore. It already knows how to sleep. Heavy, safe, supported. The less you try to follow the words, the better this works. Sentences shorten, spaces widen. Nothing to do. Nothing to fix. Only drifting. Only softness. Breath moves in. Breath moves out. No effort inside it. Your jaw hangs loose. Your tongue rests. Your forehead is smooth. The sense of time thins out. Minutes don't matter. Sequences don't matter. There is no next step to remember. Only this feeling of being allowed to stop. The river is barely a river now. More like motion without shape. Like being rocked without noticing the rocking. Thoughts don't finish. They fade halfway through. Images don't form. They blur before they arrive. The mind becomes very small. Very quiet. Very kind. Nothing to do. Nothing to fix. Only drifting. Only softness. If awareness flickers, that's fine. If it disappears, that's fine too. There is nothing to hold on to here. Just sinking, settling, resting. The body grows heavier. The bed feels warmer. Everything unnecessary drops away. No names, no stories, no effort. Only safety cues remain. You are okay. You are held. You are allowed to sleep. And the simplicity deepens and deepens until even these words feel optional. And you drift and drift and drift